now, as far as like how they're going through this, because there's no like playbook, there's no blueprint on how to handle the situation. And what you see Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Wolf.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start. All right.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walsh home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walsh home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Anna without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off. He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame. Okay.
But there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that somebody, well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it. But I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible. Okay. And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video or a still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Anna, and less of, if not,
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, you can, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, you know, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And I don't,
well,
I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly, I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
Well, I said this and I'll say it a couple times. The Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, or present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back. I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Anna after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, you know, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence. But there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right. And then the defense can argue with regard to that, but I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts. And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walsh made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that I mean trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th, or twice on the 7th, and once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Anna sending a text message to William Fastow to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fastow text messages that that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Anna sent that to Will Fastow that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Anna were having an affair, and she was, with William Fastow, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending? The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about. I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches. And that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately, I don't mean it in any pejorative way,
Thank you.
to say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. And your version of when that becomes apparent and when mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting. But I wonder, before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here? It's just this.
Oh, yeah.
Go, Counsel, can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
my name, give your attention to Shelby Herman. What's at home in Massachusetts, in the Supreme Court? He's being seated in terms of cell phones.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors, will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? And do you all still have open minds? Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper Guarino. Morning. Just Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same record. So it'd be about, what, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved 2 separate extractions.
Same extraction, but 2 different versions of the software. Yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled. Yes.
In any event, it's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the Gray MacBook.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad Mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about?
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database. So,
and you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, and let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records.
Yeah,
I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
You don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
I'm really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't fully, so you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm asking.
By the same date and time stamp on the record, and as I explained, the parsed and carved, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is.
Okay.
If that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79 what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occurred or occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52 there was some searches, but I don't know if there's anything in that time frame in between.
What, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Yep.
Counsel, can I see the side of the bench?
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948 at 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fastow within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't. Trooper Guarino, if I represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fastow within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like you said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Anna Walsh's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
And that query occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes.
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
That's correct.
Page 557, record number 2061,
Okay.
that occurred at 6:36:33,
Yes.
and it's a query of above-ground burial options, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can
No,
tell. But,
I know you're looking.
But what record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here.
And that, okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you
I
off.
was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
Well, if I represent it to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185. Would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. That I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
You testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a cite, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And When those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was there
given,
any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
they don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walshe on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one
Yes.
question. We'll do it that way. Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to the devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
All right, I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay.
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes, 7:30 p.m.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of.
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices.
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walshe was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did in fact forensically examine, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Cellebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion occurred.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you. All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Okay. Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview, accounts. There's another one that shows a dashboard, authorization, when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other. All right.
3195.
3195.
Okay. 3195. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already logged, well, he's logged in from earlier, so it's the same login.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through, oh, I see the date change. Yep, it goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022, so you have no idea how many times Mr. Walsh or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
All right. Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029? Yes.
And that occurred, once again, on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't it?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look. Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's a yes?
Car gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back, I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 8/23/08, but yep.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about those divorce searches now, the divorce searches that occurred on 12/27, they start actually with a search at page 240, record 887, and the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actress, do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 12/27 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that the question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, and over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
And these divorce searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So on 12/27, that extracted data from the MacBook shows that all right around the same time there was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including up to the 12/27 divorce searches you told us about.
Not that I saw.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor? You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah. I remember having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you said here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay. All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And on January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't there?
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they? If you know, if you don't, that's fine.
I thought on the 1st there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct,
Yeah,
but
but
not how
not-
to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling?
But not how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
You're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Very, very briefly.
79. If we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
Yep. It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walsh. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
One moment. Thank you.
Any recross?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Just remain standing and face the clerk. Step right up here, sir. Just watch your step, sir. Thank you.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, T-E-C-S?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TECS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TECS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TECS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to text within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has two passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from text that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A two-page text document having the name Anna Walshe.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
All right, the 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay. We're literally on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date, what are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Anna Walsh's name. Can you walk us through what those 2 lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Anna Walshe departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022, and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And, sir, other than those 2 entries, were there any other records of Anna Walshe traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Right this way, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been, you say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice-a-month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 5th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, and the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from Exhibits 83 to 89, and if I could publish the first of those, Exhibit 83.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman? Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have Exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at Exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have Exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, Exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have Exhibit 87? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have Exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home, towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is Exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Menino.
Right this way. There you go.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Menino, M-E-N-I-N-O.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues
I
with it.
apologize, Judge. I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into
Oh,
that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Anna Walshe with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983, that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
92.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right, so 92 are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Okay.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walsh took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-T-A-T, it says RFND.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know? Did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was a refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport,
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022,
And where can you see that?
where it says issued.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/30/22?
Yes, she did.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah. So it's created. That's when the ticket was created. Was that date, and it was issued. The ticket was issued on the second date. So yeah, it was. Sorry, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show, so it meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight, and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
And looking at the next document, please. Was there a flight reservation for January 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walshe take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please. And where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2. Hold on, let's make sure I got the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you. And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Ms. Walshe have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan,
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
A little bit more.
Go up, please. Thank you. And going to the next document, please. And looking at this document, did Ms. Walshe have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walshe take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport.
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled?
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department
And how long have you worked there?
since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want. Now, what was the purpose? What was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace, and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the D.C. area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walshe.
Do you recognize Brian Walshe in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Anna Walshe.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Anna Walshe lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street, Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip
Yes.
code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walshe was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any cross?
Two questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down. Approximately 10 seconds early to your morning break. Have a good break.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks. All in.
Either or. That's actually easy.
Anyone need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good break.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Seth Fox.
Watch your step on me.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
F-O-X.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Anna Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Anna Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
All right, the Lyft records for Anna Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these so you can reference them during your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
for data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14-4,
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document. And can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, last 4 digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Thank you.
Any cross? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
Right this way. Just watch your stuff for me. Slide this chair. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, W-I-M-M-E-R.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately 1.5 years.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time Those were provided digitally.
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response page 2. So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Anna Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there, going to the next attachment to the response, please? Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No. I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken, and this account had trips on it. whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all, and
So
therefore was not.
so there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
Correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cross?
Cross, Judge.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
Right this way, sir. Just watch your step. Right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And, sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer.
And how long have you been an officer? How long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
Since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I had been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice
what?
up, sir, please. Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah,
microphone
okay.
and keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, make it. There you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And, sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers, and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
Was advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
It was at the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do? You've got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan. What was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, I just have one question, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
Wait this way. Just watch your stuff for me.
Good morning. And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Anna Walshe.
And did you know Anna Walshe?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to D.C. to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
We opened, there was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? Or if you know?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor, what did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were 3 smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the 3 smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children, all contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Anna Walshe in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times.
Correct.
Because that's the way the townhouse
Yes.
was well organized.
Correct.
So you said that you found paperwork, documents.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily.
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
Where in the kitchen? Like,
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
okay. Did you you mentioned what I thought I heard you say? You mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the in the
Yes,
primary
in the
bedroom?
primary bedroom there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you saw some men's clothes?
Yes.
And they were in the closet?
Yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Peter Capizzoli.
Right this way, sir. Step up. Watch your step. All the way in. A little bit further. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm going to ask if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capizzoli, Capozzoli.
And, sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
To the right up the driveway.
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, in how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walsh family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walsh?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walsh?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in, figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Anna was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one. In the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shutoff switch for the heater AC unit?" I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, sir, as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh in this phone call?
Yes. So he had asked me if I had security on my building, and I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to D.C. for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in D.C.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes. So next door north of me, there's a a home, and I thought he might have security, so I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walsh family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the lease.
And, Your Honor, I seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I think the next one is 96. The lease for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Diana Walsh, and the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And, counsel, Your Honor, approach one more time.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of that the photograph's taken in?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Anna.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gillen, can we have still 3? Mr. Capizzoli, how do you recognize this as the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walsh family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, I was in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms you were talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just for what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
a bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
yes.
And was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments, or that's just what came to you with the Walshes that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And In speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, if you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes.
And that was because their trip to D.C. was impending, was coming up.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to D.C., that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
Yes.
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
Yes.
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
Yes.
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
Correct. Yes.
And that was $5,000 a month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
Yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No.
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home.
Yes.
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
Yes.
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge. Not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes.
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear. No.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure. If they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walsh, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Anna Walsh on a couple of occasions?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Walsh or by herself and the boys?
By herself.
Okay. Nothing further, Your
With
Honor.
the boys, I'm sorry. By herself with the boys.
By
yeah.
herself with the boys. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mark Salvaggi.
Right this way, sir. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in. Put your chair in for you. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Salvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And, sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Yes.
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McLoone?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McLoone, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Anna Walshe.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Anna Walshe?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Brian Walshe?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Anna Walshe?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Anna Walshe any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer 2 policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Anna Walshe. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as 98. And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98 and 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Anna.
Okay. And does it have, for Anna, does it list the amount of the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the 4th page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does. Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walshe.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask if you take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Anna Walsh.
And for Anna Walsh, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And, sir, regarding that policy, does that also list who the beneficiary is?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walshe.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes.
And what is that document, sir?
This is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Anna Walsh life insurance?
No.
And Your Honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch, and then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. You can just hold tight, Judy, but you can go back to the jury room right now.
All rise for the court, please. Yes. Yeah, how about that? Thanks.
You may proceed. 1 second. Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Salvage, I just gave you a document, and I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history.
And who is it for?
Anna Walshe.
And, sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's part of the application process.
And so, if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because your health is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And, sir...
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And, sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Anna Walshe, yes.
And so, what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross.
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel. Yeah.
Sharing. So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Anna Walsh supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Anna Walshe about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Anna Walshe over the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021?
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Anna Walshe in March of 2021?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that that they give a blood and urine sample. Somebody comes to the house. And then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records.
Yes.
And can you tell based on the documentation if that was done in this case?
It was.
And then once you have that release, what happens? How do
write-
you access the medical records?
The company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
I don't mean do you have them with you now. I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
So
Honor.
it all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloon.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Anna Walshe, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
All right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these additional
Your Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now
Yes,
on this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do, in order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably honestly would be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So all right, bring them back out. Keep working.
Your Honor, would I be permitted to ask the witness in front of the jury about the medical rating?
About the what?
Medical rating?
Yeah, that's on the form, Sardi and Evans. You can object, but it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been admitted.
Question, Judge.
All right.
All rise, jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance from New York Life?
Yes.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high-risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they are under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes.
What is the scale, sir?
It starts out, the best rating you can receive is called Select Preferred, and then it goes Preferred, and then it goes Preferred 2, then it goes Non-Smoker, then it goes Non-Smoker, Table 1 through 13, then it goes to Standard, or Select Standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. Then there's Standard, which is a smoker, and then there's Standard, Table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Brian Walshe's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select Preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, in addition, sir, when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, a urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not performed?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I think it's just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines the scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes.
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Anna Walshe about her health?
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test.
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really, quite frankly, understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? Is that drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does, yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you ask if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping.
Bingo.
Is a no for me. It's just, okay. So the only way that you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
Okay. So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that Anna Walshe had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit because I'm having a hard time. I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay. So if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning? Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and term, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement in the future, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value?
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start at something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
You can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Anna Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walsh, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds, well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from them, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where two people are married.
Yes.
Okay. So if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
Okay. And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Anna had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walshe off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walsh initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Let me just miss. Oh, sorry. So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walsh had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
And you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
All right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walsh was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Anna Walsh never applied for life insurance.
I'm not. I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied. I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this
Objection.
family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
So you were a life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably it's more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walsh numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walsh, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
So close.
You were so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Follow me.
Anybody need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
You are unmuted.
Thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Do you understand, sir, you're still under oath?
Hello.
So before the break, I was talking to you again about how you sell policies to individuals and families when it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
So when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies.
Yes.
And each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
Okay. And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies as something that's an investment for the whole family?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in this particular case, am I correct that all 3 children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Anna Walshe was the beneficiary of those.
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies.
Yes.
Okay. I was asking you before about how Mr. Walshe had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes. Yeah. It's okay. Yes.
Sorry. So you had mentioned that Brian Walshe had, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
When you began applying for life insurance policies for Brian Walshe, Anna Walshe did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Anna Walshe did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walshe consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Anna Walshe would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably your recommendation that Anna apply because Mr. Walshe was getting denied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary once you sell a policy, I don't know if that's the right term, that you might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After Anna Walshe and the children were insured in February of 2021, at no point did Mr. Walshe ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I... I'm just being a lady. Okay.
No, I apologize.
Okay.
I'll finish.
At no point did Mr. Walshe ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Anna Walsh's life insurance policies.
Correct.
Overruled. He can answer
Correct.
that question.
And at no point did Mr. Walshe ever contact you and ask you about taking out any loans or how to take out loans on any of the children's life insurance policies or Anna Walsh's life insurance policies.
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Commonwealth's content.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould. Don't worry about it.
Oh, sorry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Davis Gould. First name is spelled D-A-V-I-S.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Units.
All right, sir, lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice. Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2 assigned to the Criminalistics Unit, where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the Crime Scene Response Unit, and I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the Crime Lab?
I've been with the Crime Laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of Forensic and Investigative Science and a minor in Biology.
And can you detail your history with the Crime Lab for us?
I first started working at the Crime Laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS Collection and Investigative Unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half until a position opened up in the Criminalistics Unit, where I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period where I went through various modules of training, and upon that completion, I was then promoted to Forensic Scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
And you said the CODIS unit. What is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
Now, sir, you've said I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response Unit?
Sure. So the Criminalistics Unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The Crime Scene Response Unit, everyone in the Criminalistics Unit is also in the Crime Scene Response Unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
Are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the Criminalistics Unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules, where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And then upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called a competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
So I think you might have answered my question, but you passed your competency tests?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And, sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
And the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There is a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100 going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence 100 through 128.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, sir, I might have neglected to ask, did you pass those proficiency tests?
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So, returning your attention back to January 9th, at approximately 2:30 p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 101, file number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
Now, how did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were two child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were two areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283? Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor that I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were two examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were two additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, did you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
Yes. So on the right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the two gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this an image of?
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside of it.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
The testing I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color changing test involving 2 chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed, but the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
And can you tell us what items might trigger a positive that are not human blood?
Yes, so there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive. The third row passenger seat was folded down, and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. And 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them, test screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And, sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheels, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mats, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so, did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so, what did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo, I collected the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle. And then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So can you walk us through how do you take those samples, like how do you package them up? How does that work?
So the samples are collected with a set of swabs. I'll use a drop or 2 of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate it took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And what did you see when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the Recycle and Trash Collection Center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109, 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the collection site.
Okay. But what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now, what did you see? What did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by Crime Scene Services section and the detective unit that was there.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory afterward.
And so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened if there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that needed to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the Crime Scene Services section trooper there as well, who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag as well.
And how many different bags of, is it fair to say that you numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The Crime Scene Services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6810? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right. So what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
This is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52, file number 6867? So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
And so if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And this bag, sir, that we see on the screen for Exhibit 52, did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, bag 1?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of bag 1?
Inside of bag 1 was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869? Is this also the contents of that first bag?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, which has been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you found or had the opportunity to examine. Was there a trash bag with the designation 2?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 2?
Inside of bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 112, which is file number 6898? Sir, is that one of the towels that was found inside of bag 2?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 113, file number 6902. Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
Now, was there a bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 3?
Inside of bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 114, file number 6906? Sir, is this a picture of what was found, the bathrobe and found inside of bag 3?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there a bag 4?
There was.
What was discovered inside of bag 4?
Inside of bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 115, file number 6915. Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929? Sir, can you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this photo?
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red-brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
What is trace material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance, it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I called trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5. What did you observe what did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contained pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some of the pieces.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 118, which is file number 6948? Sir, what are we looking at here?
These are pieces of a rug with red-brown stains that I noted on 2 of the pieces.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 119, file number 6944? Sir, where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the 2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red-brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red-brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from a 6th bag?
I did, yes.
What was produced from the 6th bag?
Inside the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red-brown staining on those as well.
And besides red-brown staining of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 120, which is file number 6951? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what a Tyvek suit is?
A Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment that one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 121, which is file number 6956? Sir, do you recognize this image?
I do, yes.
What is this an image of?
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit number 122, file number 6952? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a 7th bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the 7th? What was produced from the 7th bag?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
May.
The 7th bag contained a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was Exhibit 121. So, Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 123, file number 6963? Sir, what is this we're looking at?
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those of, like, I don't know what that means. It's not like Kleenexes, right?
That's correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble human skin tissue. In this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, and if we could have Exhibit 124, 6974. And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the 7th bag?
Yes, it does.
And so in the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And the cut up like labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an 8th bag in the contents produced from it?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 125, which is HAS 7002? Sir, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
And what are wire snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips and which one is a shear?
The shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The snips are located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Now, sir, I want to ask you about bag 10. Skip it. What was recovered from the 10th bag?
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together, so multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 126? Is this what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 127? What is it we're looking at here in 127, sir?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were emptied.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously marked as Exhibit 50, file number 7029? What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 128, file number 7035? What is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then some scraps from containers.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. Items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So, what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so after you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and submitted items of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number, that's for the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the Laboratory Information Management System, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility. And so
I'd like to ask you about some of the LIMS numbers that you were able to assign objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection?
No objection.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, what item number under LIMS did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the submission and 1 being the first item under that submission.
And what item number did the swabs from the rear passenger seat floor mat get?
The rear passenger side floor mat was given 9-2.
What LIMS number did the swabs from the rear passenger third row seat get?
9-3.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 1?
Trunk mat 1 was 9-4.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs from trunk mat 2?
9-5.
What was the item number for the swabs from the red-brown stain with the letter A?
9-6.
What was the item number for the hair sample you got from the door of the Volvo?
9-7.
What was the LIMS number for the swabs for the gloves? I'm sorry, what was the LIMS number for the gloves from the floor?
From the front passenger floor, it was 9-8.
And what was the LIMS number for the Ziploc bag in the passenger door pocket?
9-9.
And what was the LIMS number for the gloves in the center console?
9-10.
Now, did you seize any Band-Aids from the floor of that vehicle?
I seized 2 Band-Aids from the center console of the vehicle, yes.
And what LIMS number did they get?
Those were given item 9-11.
Now, directing your attention to the items from 300 Forest Street, what was the LIMS number for the black jacket from bag number 1?
9-12.
And what was the LIMS number for the bracelet from the left pocket of that jacket?
9-13.
What was the LIMS number for the black purse in bag 1?
9-14.
And what was the number for the black wallet from bag 1?
9-15.
What number did the pair of boots get from bag 1?
9-16.
What item number did the Volkswagen keys get?
9-17.
And what limbs number did the headphones, did you find headphones that night?
There were headphones inside of a case, yes.
And what number did they get?
They were 9-18.
What item number did referring to bag 2, what did you discover as far as any gauze?
Inside of bag 2 was a piece of tape that had gauze inside of the tape. So the non-adhesive side was on the exterior, and then the gauze was on the interior of that tape. And the gauze appeared to be red-brown stained.
And what was the item number that you gave to the tape with the gauze and the red-brown stain?
9-20.
And regarding the wipes that you found from bag 2, what was the item number they got?
They were 9-21.
And the towels that were retrieved from bag 2, what numbers did they get?
The white towel, one of them was 9-22, and the other was 9-23.
What about the bathrobe from bag 3? What limbs number did that get?
The white bathrobe with red-brown stains was 9-24.
And the watch that was in bag 4?
9-25.
Sir, what about the gray slippers with red-brown stains from bag 4? What limbs number did they get?
Gray slippers were 9-26.
And then there was a second pair of slippers. Were they the dark gray slippers?
That's correct.
All right, so what did the dark gray slippers with trace material get as a limbs number?
9-27.
And was there any hair samples recovered from bag 4?
Yes, there was.
What was recovered as far as a hair sample?
There was apparent hairs with red-brown stains that were not on the slippers. They were just loose inside of the bag. I collected those as well.
And what item number did they get?
They were given 9-28.
And any wipes recovered from bag 4?
Yes, correct.
And what did they get for an item number?
9-29.
And in the images from that bag, was there a sponge?
There was, yes, a sponge with a wipe stuffed into it.
And what item number did that get?
That was given number 9-30.
And was anything retrieved as far as cuttings, or I shouldn't say that, what was the item number given to the pieces of rug from bag 5?
From bag number 5, I took a cutting myself from the red-brown stains that were seen on those pieces of rug. That cutting was given 9-31.
What item number did the Tyvek suit get?
9-32.
And in bag 6, what number did the hand towel get?
9-33.
So, sir, now I'd like to show you some of these objects. And before I do you have any gloves with you?
I do, yes.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor. Honor, with the court's indulgence, I'm just going to be walking back and forth to grab certain objects. And I apologize if I appear to be a ping pong ball, but I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do it.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the court, I'll keep my voice up. Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in a bag. I'm going to ask if you recognize the bag and open it up. I'm not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it, sir?
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Anna Walsh that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope and determine if that object is inside of it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is it 129 we're at?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series, and based on what we're consulting with at the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of bags of evidence that the Commonwealth's going to move in to evidence. And those bags, to the extent that they are admitted as evidence, will go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as you need during your deliberations. But it's my understanding that they're going to stay in the bags right now. And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and confirm that those items are inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the keys and headphones marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which I believe is 130.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 130, the Volvo keys and the headphones.
Sir, I'm showing you I'm producing a bag to you. If you could tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a bag of the black jacket with red-brown stains, a pair of socks and bracelet from bag number 1 at the collection site in Peabody.
Could you open that up and confirm that those items are inside of it?
I can see the black jacket. However, without removing it, there's nothing I can see that might be underneath it.
Okay. So for today's purposes, that bag with the black jacket, I would seek to mark as the next exhibit, Your Honor, without having to move the jacket around and go underneath any objects inside it.
What's the outside labeling say? Black jacket, bracelet, and what else?
Pair of black socks, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The contents of that packet, which has on the outside of it black jacket, bracelet, and black socks, is now in evidence as 131.
Sir, I'm producing another bag to you. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag marked as purse and wallet from bag number 1.
Could you open that bag and confirm the person wallet inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
The purse and the black wallet, both black purse and black wallet, are now in evidence as 132. Thank you.
Sir, I'm handing you a bag and asking inside.
Yes, I do.
What's inside that bag, sir?
A pair of green boots recovered from bag number 1.
And sir, what is the outside of the bag, sir?
The outside of the bag reads green boots, bag number 1, with my initials, my trainee's initials, and the date.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
The bag with the green boots is now in evidence as Exhibit 133.
Sir, you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a brown paper bag containing a bracelet.
Can you open the bag and confirm the bracelet's inside?
Yes, there's a bracelet inside.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The bracelet is now in evidence in its bag as 134.
Sir, I'm handing you this first bag. Can I ask if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a bag marked white towel number 1 from bag number 2 at the PBD collection facility.
And that's one of the 2 white towels you bagged up that night and took back to the crime lab?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open it and make sure the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this bag and the white towel marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
White towel number 1 from bag 2 is now in evidence as Exhibit 135.
I'm handing you another bag, sir.
This bag is marked white towel number 2.
And does that look like the second bag for a white towel that you bagged that night?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you open it and confirm the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The white towel number 2 from bag number 2 is now in evidence as 136. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor. producing another bag to you. I'm going to ask you to recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that bag, sir?
This bag contains a white bathrobe with red brown stains that I recovered from bag number 3.
Could you open that bag and confirm that the bathrobe is inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth will see to have the bag with the bathrobe marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
The bathrobe from bag number 3 is now in evidence as Exhibit 137.
Sir, what's this bag that I'm handing you?
This is a bag of the dark gray slippers with red brown stains and trace materials.
Could you open the bag and confirm the slippers are inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth will see to have the bag with the dark gray slippers marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That's also from bag number 3, or is that?
This would be from bag number
That's
4.
bag 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The dark gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as 138.
Mr. Gould? Recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This bag contains the leather strap watch from bag number 4.
And could you open and confirm the watch inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth will seek to have the next bag as the watch from bag number 4 as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The leather strap watch from bag 4 is now in evidence as 139.
So you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a bag containing apparent hairs with red brown stains from bag number 4.
Could you open the bag and confirm that the item is inside?
This one's still sealed.
Oh, you didn't get them all?
Yeah, can't quite get it all. Might need new gloves as well.
So your gloves have opened. For the record, I brought you a new set. So and why don't I take yours?
Thank you.
Good?
Good.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, they're inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag with apparent hairs with red brown stain marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No
Any
objection.
objection?
No objection.
The hair from bag number 4 is in evidence as 140.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a pair of slippers with red brown stains from bag number 4.
So those are the light gray slippers?
That's correct.
Can you open the slippers inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag marked as exhibit 141, pair of slippers from bag number 4.
No objection.
Thank you. The bags light gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as Exhibit 141.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag containing the sponge with a wipe through it.
Could you open and confirm the sponge is inside?
Yes, it is.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Is that from bag 4, or are we now moved on to bag 5?
We are on bag 4, Your Honor.
Okay. The sponge from bag number 4 is now in evidence as Exhibit 142.
Sir, do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that bag?
This is a bag containing the Tyvek suit recovered from bag number 6.
Could you open and confirm the Tyvek suits inside?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this next bag, Your Honor, marked as next exhibit. Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
No objection.
Thank you. Now in evidence as 143 is the Tyvek suit from bag 6.
Mr. Gould? Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This bag contains the hand towel with red-brown stains from bag number 6.
Can you open and confirm it's inside?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is hand towel with red brown stains from bag number 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
Hand towel from bag 6 is now in evidence as 144.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that. If I just call you Mr. Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Gould's fine.
So you told us as you began your testimony that when you went to the scene of the where all the trash and everything was, that there were people were collecting bags. At one point, you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on paper to quote preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor, no.
So can you tell the jury, if you have any information, that some of this evidence that's been introduced that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster, or you just don't?
I do not know.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular item that was stained is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
So when you're handling this evidence that you're collecting, you're really taking care not to have one item touch another item, because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct, to the best of my ability, yes.
Sure. And in this case, and in the collection of this evidence, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Gould, that you have no way of knowing before you were able to begin your examination of these items at the scene how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Before I arrived, correct.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That is within the realm of our responsibilities, yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red-brown stain on it might transfer some of that red-brown stain to item B, whereas before, item B never had a red-brown stain.
That's correct, and the term we would use for that is called low-cards exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance, if you were looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers, it could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's fair to say then that when you're out there, very careful, and with all the training and experience you have, there's no way for you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain or biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
And so it's fair to say, isn't it, that there could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible, yes.
In the photographs that were introduced of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say that a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't apply to this case?
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
And we saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was, in fact, damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of you have, terrible question, I apologize. It's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you robbed.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of these physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, you would call it, what do we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And did you, I thought I heard you testify that you had them transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes? Jurors, I'm going to send you on your way today, and I was talking with the lawyers just now about what the schedule is for the rest of the week, because I like to let you know, because I know I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice you're making to be here to serve as jurors in this case. So here's the rest of the week. I expect tomorrow will be a full day, 9 to 4. And then on Friday, I think I told many of you during empanelment, seems like a long time ago, so you may not remember, that my plan always was to go 9 to 1 while the evidence was presented on Fridays. And that's frankly just for your own education, to let me continue with the other cases that are in this session. So I see them on Friday afternoon when I have a longer case. So that's what I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon. But what it means for you is our day on Friday will likely be just 9 to 1. All right? So you have a layout. Parties tell me so far we're right on schedule, maybe a little ahead of schedule. So I try to keep you informed. So again, I know the sacrifice you're making. Have a good night. But before you leave, I remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence. So have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow ready to work.
All rise for the court, please. Close the notebook. Follow me.
You may be seated. Madam Clerk. Circling back to a couple of things we spoke about earlier today. So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night. And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written, I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict? So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts, and if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right? So let me see if I made myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? the reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth, and my position, and I alerted the Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in full.
Okay, so relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
Is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
If it's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible.
All
so
right.
it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself, and I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right? Anything, those are the two things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with...
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right, so particularly of the third parties, the minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Anna Walsh sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third-party minor children.
Okay, all right, that seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 max that we were discussing at sidebar, which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
And my